I think I would attack as well.
I think so too. First of all, you get more gammons this way.
Right.
You know, you can.
The other play is just not that much safer, and you get a lot fewer gammons.
Right. This gives you, and look at White's blot on the 5 point, so that even if he rolls a return shot, one of those 3 return shots, will hit back a third of the time.
See, I don't think this play is that much safer.
Well, there is this, which is not a nice, the 4-2, 5-2, 6-2 were nice because there was only one return. 6-3. You give him the 4 shots? I guess so. It's not going to get any safer. And if your next roll you rolled a 6-3, you'd be happy to point on him. That's my play. And there's always gammons, right? So, yeah. It's a little, oh, that might be smoother. I think it's close. Makes the deuce point.
It goes a long way towards saving gammon there.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be a gammon.
And there's also the dreaded 6-4 possibility for Michael.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think I would do that though. I think
I wouldn't either.
I want to have 4 safe landing spaces.
Yeah,
next
you don't want to have 27 bad numbers, 1s, 2s, and 4s.
Right.
Not necessarily all 27 are bad, but
no, right. But you only have 9 clearing numbers plus a double. Right. This gives you 17 numbers that clear right away. And how many bad shots? You've got 6-1. 6-4 is a double shot, so we can count that twice. And that might be it. So that would leave the equivalent of 6 shots. And I'm sure that's what Michael's counting now. He says if he plays it this way, he has 6-1,
6-2, 6-4, 5-1, 5-2, 5-4. I don't think it's the right play.
I think it's the same number of shots and harder to get safe in the next turn or 2, right? Here we go.
Definitely wouldn't run here. I'd want to pay off to that bad 4. There it is.
Of which, all right. Now
Steve has a decision.
Right. So he hits what, 21 times, all 4s, all 1s, and double 2. So that's 21.
He has fairly small equity when he misses. And he has some gammon chances when he hits. And he's pretty likely to win when he hits. I would redouble this, especially trailing 4-0.
Yeah, at this score, you have to be a little more aggressive with the cube. Gammons are certainly valuable. It's a clear take. Okay, and now Steve's going to hang back and try and pick up a second checker.
He got it.
He does. And now
it could be a huge swing on that play where he broke the 6 point.
Yeah, I know, right? He may have done that thinking it was safer to not have the bad 6-4 initially, but he ended up.
It was also much safer once he got home. He didn't have to worry about clearing. He might not have to worry about clearing an awkward position on the 5 and 6 point.
Yeah.
It might not have been the wrong play, but in my opinion, it was.
These plays, people spend a lot of time going over them because they come at the end of the game. They tend not to be very different in terms of equity. Like I'd be surprised if it was a blunder, right?
Yes.
But
so would I.
But a lot of times we spend a lot of time thinking about those plays because, you know, it could be it's the last decision you make in the game.
Also, the possibility of happening what did happen. You might leave the double shot against, you know, a super strong position, and you might get recubed. The other way, you're just going to win or lose. You were going to maybe win or lose 2 points. Here, you could win 2 and possibly lose 8.
Right. Now we see if Steve rolls a set. He does not.
So it's all square.
That's right. We now have a 9-point match here. Scores 4-4 to 13. All right, that, and I make the 5-point.
Maybe win or lose 2 points. Here you could.
I generally like making another inner board point, especially while they're on the bar.
Michael's up 12 pips. Yeah, I think this is a solid double. I think it's an easy take. So.
Yep. He had a couple of threats.
Right.
And Steve equalizes.
Anchoring.
It's that or 8-4. I'm not sure. I think I agree with Michael's play.
I agree with this play as well. Because misclick, Steve.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah. Great shot for Steve. Steve clear favorite at this moment, but not after the ace-3. Back to a pretty even game.
Yep.
And
Michael has the initiative.
so that looks clear, 13 to 8.
I think the only
10 or 6 to 3.
13-8. And I guess I would go 13-10 so that if he hits, he has to break his 5-point to do so. Whereas he'd love to hit with the 13-12 and have all that outfield control. All right. I got to start moving those back checkers. That's okay.
He would love to play 13 to 11, but he felt it was just a little too dangerous.
Yeah. Another great shot for Michael.
Yeah. Steve needing to roll a 5 in the next couple of rolls or be very threatened with being gammoned.
That's right. I might split right now, pay off to the 5-2 and 5-3. Yeah, pay off big time to the double 5s, but I think it's right.
Four numbers or 3 numbers, but the 3 numbers, double 5s is one of them. Super brutal.
Yeah, it might be so good that it's almost has the same power as 4, right?
Right.
I mean, and double 5s when it doesn't hit is not especially great.
Here, just 13, 8, 9, 5.
No. All right, nothing fancy here. No.
13, 10.
All right, another great shot for Michael.
Should be very close on the gammon race.
I bet it's no gammon. Let's see, after this roll, Michael will have what? 15 crossovers.
Steve will have 14 on shake.
Okay.
Well, that should clean that up.
Yeah.
So it's 15 to 10 now. I'm 15 to 15 to 10. 13 to 8. Yeah. It should. Probably very likely no gammon.
Very, very likely.
And that makes it official.
Yeah. Okay. So it is 6-4. Michael Neagu. All right. 5-1. It's a standard play. I run out. Yep. Just run around. I gotta run. Steve hits. And now the initiative is with Steve.
And now does Steve have a cube? I would double if I were Steve here. Got the racing, if he were to make the hitting play. If he makes the hitting play, I would definitely double.
It's more volatile, you're saying.
Yeah. Steve's got a 7-pip lead. Oy.
Oh, no.
Oh.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
So do you hit the second checker or do you make the second point?
I'd hit the second checker.
Okay.
And I would not consider doubling this.
Right.
Not a very good roll for Michael.
Yeah, and owning the 2 cube in a long match with a 2-pip lead, say 7 away, 9 away. Steve's take point, if we're not talking about gammons, is about.
Well, Steve's down 22 pips.
Oh, I'm not saying about pips. I just mean in the match. He's down.
Okay.
I may have said pips when I meant points. So Steve's down 2 points in the match. So his take point is about if we get into some kind of a racing game or holding game, will be about 18%. Will be about 4% lower than it would normally be. So that's what Michael has to keep in mind when he thinks about doubling. Is Steve's take point is 18%.
In the other match, Boris leads 8-6 to 13. He just escaped a critical backgammon, a critical gammon, which would have tied the match up. So Boris leads 8-6. Again, if Boris wins that match, the winner of this match will be the 2021 Beale Street Open winner. If Boris loses that match, if Bob Glass wins it, there will be one more match between Bob Glass and the winner of this match.
I agree with that deuce for Michael.
I would have stepped up with the ace.
Oh, I don't know. His play seemed natural to me, but
Yeah, it could be right. Could be right. Gives you more builders to make. Yeah, actually, I changed my mind. I like Steve's play. you really concentrate on making the 5 point and having as many builders as possible. You're not really under much pressure back there.
Crucial hit for Michael. Good return from Steve. And another nice hit. But what do you do?
But
with
where's the 5?
Are you willing to bury a checker? I'm afraid so. As much as I hate killing checkers, we have to think about short-term considerations over long-term ones here.
Now I think he comes in on the 2 and plays 10-6.
Yeah.
Comes on the 23, that is.
One thing I'll say about this roll is I would spend a lot of time on it, right? I think the easiest plays to rolls to blunder are the doubles, because there's so many different ways to play it. And, a habit of mine that I have to break is you wait until you see something that seems nice, but that nice may not be best.
Right.
So this is a tricky one because he wants to build his offensive structure. But if he does, he can't see daylight with the back checker. Just moving up to the 22 point doesn't see a lot of daylight. This may be right. Attack, so you could go to that, make that 2 or 4 safely.
Right.
4 safely. All right. Are you hitting with? I think you
yes,
have.
I would hit. I would definitely hit.
And what do you say here? I would hit.
I would hit twice, yeah.
Because if white anchors, that's going to be bad for Michael anyway. Steve anchors, so you may as well stop him from anchoring.
I would definitely not do this.
I look at these positions.
You own the cube. You own that cube. It's just not that much jeopardy in hitting.
I view it as a crystal ball. If you knew what Steve's next roll was, if you knew it didn't have a 5, you'd make the hitting play. And if you knew it did have a 5, you might consider hitting the play to stop him from anchoring. So,
right. That makes it pretty clear.
Yeah. Now Michael is just saying, I'm trying not to get hit.
Yeah, he's got a point on him here. There's no option.
That's probably fewer shots. Oh, good return for Steve.
Big roll for Michael coming up. He dances here. He's in
serious gammon.
If he comes in, he probably could have chances to save it.
All right. Oh. Or do you hit the second checker? I guess you have to do this.
Yeah.
Because now you have a
second, third checker.
That's right.
And all of a sudden, this turns into a backgammon possibility.
That's right.
16-6 here.
Here's a fun factoid. If you have 3 checkers closed out, you're a 5% chance to get backgammoned. With 4 checkers closed out, it's 20% chance, and with 5 checkers, it's up to 40% chance. So getting that 4th checker is really big as far as the backgammon goes.
It also increases his chances of racing home after being hit. Ooh, disaster shake.
Look at that.
Disaster.
Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Michael's looking to. I don't know. I think I still play.
I would slot my 5 point for sure.
Yeah, you don't want to get gammoned, but you also want to have some winning chances if you hit that shot. I'm willing to waste a pip or 2.
Same.
Okay.
Well, it looks like pretty close here. That probably makes Michael a big favorite to get off the game.
That's right. Boy, these games have had a certain amount of symmetry to them, right? A 4-point win, followed by another 4-point win, then a close gammon save, followed by what looks like another close gammon save.
Well, Steve's now a double away from getting his gammon.
Right.
This gets off with double four. This
And double threes.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, they both get off with double three. This one doesn't get off with double four. The other does. This doesn't get off with double three either. He's looked at 3 plays now.
no.
Well, he played a play that doesn't get off with double three or double four.
Oh no, we'll see. Will that haunt him? He got away with it.
Wow, that's a pretty sloppy play, Michael.
Yeah, for one, something that can be checked out over the board pretty quickly. The double three just kind of jumps out at you as, oh, this play plays double three very efficiently. All right, well, now it's 6-6 and a 7-point match. The winner of this match may very well have first place locked up, depending on whether Bob Glass wins or loses his match against Boris Dektar. I play 2-1 here. I think I play it safe. Yeah. Oh, well, maybe I think that's an interesting play to consider. You're duplicating the 2s, which he can play pretty well on the other side of the board. Or do you play it super safe and go 8-6 and not give him those shots? I'm inclined to play pure and I think I'd make the other play.
Same.
Yeah, it's such a nicer position structurally if missed. All right, well, that's a nice roll. Not as nice as rolling a 6, but
I would just come out with Steve or Steve.
You wouldn't attack, make the 4-point?
Actually, I guess this looks good too.
Yeah. All right. Steve has momentum. I think I agree, making him break his 20-point if he hits. On the other hand, this play unstacks the heavy 6-point, but the other play duplicated 5s. All right, time to consider.
No way. I would not cube this in a million years.
All right.
Steve's down 11 pips. It's got to be a very easy take. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he's right, but it looks just so simple to take.
He has 4s and 5s that cover, and he has aces that hit the loose bottom.
But if he rolls an ace without covering, you're not that thrilled that you doubled. I mean, you really basically got to roll an ace and cover to be thrilled you doubled this.
Which is what happened.
I would just bring 2 down and go for the attack.
Sure.
I mean, run 20 to 11 is reasonable as well. It's pretty hard for Michael to seize the momentum after this play. But now you would have a 5-point board had you done the other play.
That's true. Michael's having a tough time here.
Okay, so 23 to 20 and 16 to 10.
Yep.
Oh, now Michael has a decision.
Right.
He's in dire straits anyway. I don't think there's a lot
Yeah.
hit. It's in dire straits anyway.
Because White has a lot of good numbers otherwise.
Really
You can
if he
turn
gets
this
closed
around.
out from this position, he'd have a fairly good chance of being gammoned anyway. The other option is just to play 4-3. This is very wide open. This often results in a gammon. Works when he dances or when he comes in like A6 or something like that, then you really get a huge benefit. Or yeah, this is the second best option, I guess, to play 3-2. Yeah.
In which case, Steve will hit with 2s, 3s, 4s, 8s, 11s.
Yeah, it probably is a tough problem because he might escape gammon. If he hits back, he could win, even if Steve makes a loose hit. But and here's the third option, which actually this is probably as good as staying back. Yeah, this is a tough play, actually. I'm not sure what I would do here.
The hitting play leaves 25 shots, right? With 3s and 5s to hit.
And some of them, quite a few numbers that double hit as well.
Right.
I think I would make this play because it gives you the best chance for the upside, and you still might anchor even if you get hit.
Yeah, it's the DMP play for sure. And when in doubt, and you own the cube, so you can be a little more make more decisive plays. Oh, this is not going to be good for Michael. This is a very, very likely gammon.
That 2-1 was probably the most interesting play of the match so far. I just don't know what was right. All plays had merits. I was kind of undecided in the end between whether I wanted to hit or edge up to the 22 point.
Well, it looks like we're going to see a 4-point win for Steve.
We just got an update. I guess Bob Glass has won the last 4 points in his match against Boris Dektar. So now Bob leads 10-8. It's 3 away, 5 away.
Okay.
So this could end up being the semifinal.
There we are.
Here, Steve leads 10-6. Again, anyone that just tuned in, this is Steve Sachs versus Michael Neagu. Steve is one of the world's top players, and Michael is probably the best player in Canada, at least one of the top 2. And he is a fine player, getting better by the month.
Yeah. It would not surprise me if going into this tournament, if Steve and Michael were the 2 strongest players, at least as far as PR is concerned. So we are seeing a great match here.
Well, there were quite a few fine players. I'm sure that wouldn't surprise me if Steve had the lowest average PR of anyone in the tournament, and he would be first or second, and Michael would certainly be in the top 4 or 5. He might have been second, but there, Bob Zavarol and Carl Sellers and quite a few other strong players in contention.
Okay.
And Art Benjamin. Did I mention Art Benjamin?
Nah, but that guy's highly overrated. Oh. All right, so we are.
So here you make 5 point, you hit a second check, or
I agree.
And now, Steve, I'd still play on if I were Steve.
You know, this is a 3 away, 7 away score, and something that is attributed to Stick's rule says, hey, if you're 3 away, 7 away, or more extreme than that, if the leader has any kind of gammon chances, then it is generally just not right to double. You know, you might land at that unicorn where you're in that double take window, but you very quickly jump from being too good, from not good enough to too good. So it may be practical to double, but in terms of what is theoretically right to do, it's generally correct to play on.
I do find that following that rule that I do make a number of mistakes, because there seem to be quite a few positions where you have gammon threats that aren't quite enough of a gammon threat, but the volatility is too large not to double at that score. But in general, that's
right. I agree. I mean, you should still have to think about things and measure how gammonish and how volatile. And
so I would continue up. I would, yeah, and 22, 21 was the last one. Yeah.
All right, but just Steve is way too good to double.
I would just button up. I would button up on the 9 point now. I would play 9 to 8 just to avoid disasters.
So Michael should start. I would start the 4 point. That's the next point you want to make.
I agree. And he's made it where he can cover with 6s, but I think with his 6s, he would want to run off the 24.
Right. Well, he's got a couple of turns to make these points. So, oh, that's a nice roll. Perhaps the third one is 13-7. Yep. The next focus is on making that 4 point. I'd make the 4 point.
I would definitely come out with the third checker.
You need the third checker for timing. Then I would go 13-7. I don't think it matters much though. I would slot 9-4. I'd still slot.
So now Steve's thinking, have I reached that point? I think the gammons are still too live.
Okay, so right. So we do get to those exceptional positions. One of them is they're playing an ace point or a deuce point game with 2 checkers back.
Okay, I think we'll see a cube now. I don't think Steve will want to fool around after that shake.
Right, it's not that gammonish, and black has some real chances if white rolls poorly, but not enough chances that he could take a cube, especially when gammons still count. I think you're right. This would be a place to double.
Yeah,
okay.
I would have doubled this for sure.
Oh, really? Oh, was that wasn't forced? I don't know about that. Did you see that play, Jeff?
Yeah.
He could have played 5-4, 5-2.
Yep.
I don't understand volunteering the shot. I don't know how much.
I mean, in a worst case scenario, he could have played safe and cubed the next shake.
I don't understand that.
And look how that would have played. If he played safe and cubed the next shake, well, Michael would have passed.
No, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, it's just like he had a mind for it, I guess. I mean, he must have been thinking he could play on if he got missed, but it wasn't worth the risk of giving all those shots. Because like you mentioned, the opponent has an ace point game anyway. Not like you're
Right.
home.
Ace point game, he's got about a 15% chance, less than that once the 6 points been cleared. And now Michael says, hey, it is, I don't know about that.
It looked takeable to me.
You think you agree with the take?
Yes.
I don't know. Not at this score.
I do think it's a take. I could be wrong at the score. At the score, it may not be. I think it's a money take. I'd have to think about the score. I mean, your opponent still has 4 men behind your 4 prime. If he attacks you when you come in and you hit back, he's in big danger.
Yeah.
Bob now leads 11-8. It's 2 away, 5 away. So it looks like there's a fairly good chance this will be the semifinal.
Right.
And we will be streaming the final as well after this, if this does in fact become the semifinal.
Am I correct that Bob was the winner of this tournament last year?
You are correct. He's going for a repeat.
All right. Well, I wish him well.
It looks like it's getting ready to be 12-8. Bob's free rolling with a small chance for a gammon to win the match.
Yep, time to jump out. I think I'd go 18-16. I want to get a little more outfield coverage. I would go 18-16. Steve comes in on the 2. You want to have your checkers out there near the 12 and 13 point to catch a running checker.
So Steve's only bad number here is 2-4, really.
And there he is, 12 and 13. Keep him running. I guess I would bring 18-17, just get another checker closer to the action. Yeah. I think that's right. Yeah, I would play that. I wouldn't mess around. I think
So that was 2 games in a row where Steve looked like he was going to win a gammon where he rolled disaster little shakes that broke his board.
Yeah.
And now he's under some small chance of being gammoned himself.
not likely, but question was Steve's. Well, anyway.
That's it. That makes it 10-8. Steve 3 away, 5 away. Very questionable play. We'll have to look at the analysis later.
Right.
It may result in a loss there instead of a win.
Right.
I just can't imagine that it was right to volunteer that shot. Can you, Art?
I think you'd have to spend a lot more time thinking about it if you really were considering it. Stephen was not under any kind of time pressure, so I think he must.
I mean, do you think that play could have been right?
No. I don't think so, but it's not a play you'd make quickly.
I think you needed much greater chance to win a gammon to make that play.
Yeah.
I'll be impressed if Steve was right and we're wrong.
Steve impresses me all the time. So. All right, so we are 3 away.
I would not make that play with the last 2.
Well, changing the 24 point for the 22.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know when you are quite far behind, the deeper anchors make sense, but I don't know. No one likes being stuck on the ace point. Yeah, it's a good time to slot. A good time to hit. All right, he has to hit again. Bye-bye. See you later.
So he doesn't have a good 3 here. I would take some time on this play as well.
Yep.
Great shot.
All right. 3 is critical here. Okay.
But
Great.
now,
For Steve.
3 away, 5 away, down 10 pips, but 2 men on the bar. This looks like it would be a time for a double to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the right cube action is. So when in doubt, double. I mean, on either side, right? Because it's a very complicated position. I think this would be do you think he thinks he's too good?
Possibly. I don't think he was with all that dodging and weaving he had to do, but that might be what he was thinking. What do you think?
Was it a take? It was a scary take.
Yeah, that's why I think it was a double. Let your opponent think about whether he takes or not. I'd have to analyze it thoroughly to give you my opinion there. Looked like it could quite possibly have been a take with the race and
all the checkers back.
You have to do, yeah. The bobbing and weaving.
I think I go 12-8 for the last one. Oh, interesting.
Now the cube decision is up again. And I would definitely be doubling again.
Yeah, I mean, is it a take? You know, White has that 11-point lead. Black has a 2-point board.
Well, Steve's glad he didn't double now.
Yeah. I think I hit the 6-4.
Definitely double hit.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Was it? Yeah, you have to make the switching play.
right.
You don't have a choice. Right.
Keep that guy going.
Yeah.
Great shot for Michael, making him a huge favorite now.
Yeah. Take advantage of the stronger board. If you can make that point, you'll be in good shape.
Oh, it's a great shot for Steve.
All right. How long will it take?
Bob's in a commanding position. Looks like Bob Glass will be playing in the final.
Okay.
Bob Glass, who won this tournament last year. It would be quite a feat to win 2 years in a row. Bob Glass, who's also in the finals of the Masters.
Wow.
Glass has told me one time after he was doing very well at poker, and placed in a lot of poker tournaments. I feel I'm at one with poker. I asked him last night, do you feel you're at one with backgammon?
All right. Well, here we are. Crucial cube decision for Michael. And Michael has 1:40 left on the clock. So he can't spend a whole lot of time on this decision. But it's a very
What do you think of this take?
I think I would be inclined to pass.
You're down 32 pips. You've got your 2-point made. It'd be much better if you had like your 5-point or something.
Yeah.
You're big favorite to come in and get shots. The problem is, do you necessarily win when you get the shot and hit?
That's the problem. Is Michael's board. I wonder if the clock.
I would get out with the 3 and I would play 15 to 11.
Yeah.
I don't want to fool around and get stuck in there.
That's right. I wonder if the clock played a role in that decision.
So just leave him 5, 4, and 5, 5, 5, and 5, 6.
I agree. Yeah, just give him the 3 shots. You don't necessarily want to own that point anyway. Perfect. Now he can make the 7 instead.
Yeah.
All right, time to make the 5 and the 4. Yeah. Oh, not a great shot.
No, he's just got to give up the 7-point.
Yep. Loses a good landing spot.
This has been a very, very instructive game. We can learn a lot from looking this game over after the match.
I agree.
There were a lot of positions that may have been doubles, may have been takes, may not have been takes. Plays where, how do you play to stay flexible?
Notice Steve volunteered the shot. He said, I'm going to give this double shot now.
Duplicate the 2s and 4s.
When white has the stronger board and black has some vulnerabilities.
And Michael refused to hit it, which goes a long way towards saying how strong Steve's play was.
I guess so. I don't know that I would have had the cojones to make Steve's play, but turned out to be brilliant. I like that. Challenging Steve in the outfield. All right. Steve doesn't see the value of volunteering again, so.
Got a feeling we're getting very close to a 4 cube coming here.
Yeah, so and it should be pointed out that the take point is 33% for Steve if he gets redoubled. So as soon as Michael's a favorite is when he should double. He's not a favorite at the moment, though. All right, we have a new game.
So we're all square here in a 3-away match.
Michael has about 1 minute left on his clock. So it's a 3-point match. The winner gets to play Bob Glass for the finals.
Well, I didn't get the results yet. Steve up 15 pips. This is clearly a double at the score. If I was Michael, I would be inclined to let it go.
Yeah, the score, it's about a 25%. It's a higher take point than usual. All right, it's 2-away, 3-away.
Now Michael up 24 pips on shake.
And
22 pips. What do you do?
he doubles.
Yep.
You know, you got to be a little more aggressive at this score.
Yep.
I would take. I think this is not a. I don't think this is a double for money, so I think it has to be a take at this score.
Yeah, I agree. You don't like it, but you have to just suck it up and take it.
Yeah. I mean, Michael only has a 1
For
point.
example, say Michael rolled a 5-1 and made his 5 point, and Steve rolled like ace-4 and just made the 21 point, or whatever. He made some number that made the 21 point, ace.
Right.
Then if Steve just had the 21 point, he would have an easy take here. Michael doesn't have that many crushing numbers, and Michael still has a man to escape. If Michael were to point on the 4 point or 3 point, Steve would have returns that hit back either in the outfield or on his 7 point,
yeah,
and other numbers that anchor. So it just doesn't look like it's that threatening a position. But you know,
right,
you're down 22 pips in the race. your opponent does have some jokers, and you do have a reduced stake point. So all that factoring in, it still looks like at money it would be a scoop, and it's probably still a take at this score. I don't think that would change it to a drop at the score. Would you double this for money?
I'm not sure, which is why I'm pretty sure of the take. Michael's had time to think about how he'd play most of his numbers.
I would just play this way. I would not do that. You're ahead in the race. Just try to consolidate your position.
All right. All right, got a point on him.
And now Steve has his easy take.
What makes it easy is that Michael hasn't made the 5 point yet.
Right.
I mean, obviously now it's tough.
How would you have played the 2-1? I like this first play on the 2-1.
I hadn't decided. The 3-1 I could decide. Okay, Steve's
now up 13 pips. So up and now down 7.
Yep.
Nobody wants to lose. Even game.
Yeah, it is a 50-50 game. Down 4 in the race.
Steve takes a slight lead.
Steve is a favorite. And owns the cube, so this game goes to the end.
Well, Steve's a commanding favorite now. Steve's got to be over 80%.
Yep. Well, almost. Now. Good roll for Michael.
Oops. Great reply from Steve.
And now we are back to 50-50.
Not quite, because
I give Steve a slight edge because of checker and
Yeah.
distribution.
Now we're close to 50-50.
Right. Very close.
What do you play with the deuce here? I'd be inclined to play 4-2.
I'm looking at, do we have any number? Yeah, 4-2. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 3-1. One of the reasons is the ability to double. If I have the ability to double,
But you can't double here. This is Steve has
no. Since I don't have the ability to double, I go with the ace point. Now it's 17 out of 36. It doesn't get closer than that. All right. Here we are. It is Crawford with Michael. Gammon go for Steve. Gammon save for Michael Neagu.
I would have played 3-2. I mean 4-2 with the last deuce, because I figure if I roll an ace, I'm in bad shape to get off in 2 anyway.
Michael anchors up just in time. Nice shake for Steve.
Yeah, he was thinking, should I make the 7-point and switch? And they said, no, it's just not thinking of the gammons, but it's not enough gammon in it.
Hmm. One, two, three, four. All right. Agree. So far, so good. Michael wanted a larger number, but he can't break his board any further. And now Steve
I would definitely
has to hit.
Especially at gammon go.
The hero site sometimes allows you to move your opponent's
Right, your opponent's checker, right.
Not legally.
I don't think it allows you to pick them up when you do that, but on the display it was.
But they certainly can.
$13 to 8. I would play 13 to 8 to have the more builders on the 3-point. Still some gammon chance here.
Let's see, 6 returns, and the other play is the same.
No, it's 8 versus 6, I think.
Ah, right. Or is it 5? All right.
It's got some small gammon chances.
There are some small gammon chances here. I like this play. Yep. Michael's play there. Okay, there's a shot. He misses. I would keep a checker back.
So, but he's scared of like getting gammoned, but he does the right thing.
Gets one more shot.
Yeah, I would make the ace point.
Same number of shots, slightly more flexible. Okay.
More chances and more chances for gammon.
All right, this looks like a 1-point win for Steve. Yep, may as well. All right, well, he can't lose.
Some small gammon chances.
Small gammon chances, especially after that 2-1. It doesn't hurt him. All right, with that
does it.
That brings us to DMP.
Double match point coming up.
Well, here we are, an exciting ending to a great match.
You're watching, this is a USBGF stream. This is a stream between Steve Sachs and Michael Neagu. It's a double match point. Please, if you like the stream, please hit the like button and subscribe. At least, let us know that you've enjoyed it. We'd like to invite the viewers to visit usbgf.org to increase your skill and find out about upcoming events. And thank you. And we'd like to thank the USBGF for making this stream possible, and invite all viewers to become USBGF members. I'd like to thank Ian Terry for helping me run this event. The finals of this event will be coming up in about 40 minutes. And would like to invite all of you to tune in for that.
There's also going to be a Masters Jackpot, which I believe will also be streamed. For the
finals of the Masters Jackpot will be, Bob Glass will be in both finals. He will be in the finals of the main event and the finals of the Masters Jackpot against Ergin Bayrak. Winner of this match will be playing Bob in the finals of the main event. So it looks like Steve is off to a commanding advantage here. I like making this point. If I get on the ace.
Wow. Great return from Michael.
That was just a great shot. It's a pretty even game here. Play to the 20. $18 and 10 and 8, yeah.
Steve's going to hit 13-7.
I would hit 13-7. Okay, he's going to make this play. I would hit 13-7.
I think he should hit.
I just played 13-7 2016. Yeah, that looks
right to me. I don't know. It doesn't seem to me the play you make when you don't have any big racing advantage.
I agree. And he really wishes he had done the other play now. So another very close game. Steve has blocked the double sixes just in time. Again, this is a very close game with Michael having the 21-point anchor and Steve having the blockade. Michael has a 21-point anchor in the advantage. Steve has the blockade. The 5-1, yeah, looks right. Michael's deciding with the 5. Do I come out? No, he says.
Interesting play for Steve. I think he has to hold on to the contact, given that he's behind 12 pips after this roll. Okay, easy decision for Michael.
Steve makes a 4-point board. It was a great roll. Michael gets by with both checkers. Another great shot.
Easy decisions.
Steve should play 10-5 and 16-14.
And
key roll coming up.
Michael is saving a 6, which I'm not sure is right. Okay, I like this play.
Saves his board longer. He has to go with 4 6s.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this is going to turn into a race, so you don't want to waste a whole lot of pips when it becomes a race. You want a strong board so you can have some chances if you're attacked.
Yeah, so Steve did take the double 5s, which would likely lose for him anyway.
Yeah, right. All right. Coming down to the wire here. Huh.
Well, here I would break the 8 point. I would clear the 8 point.
You would? You wouldn't go 6-5, 6-3?
I'd play 8-5 for sure. Probably 8-7 as well.
Or do you play 6-5, 6-3?
I would not have done that this time.
Wonderful shake by Steve. I think you hit.
I think you have to hit.
Even if he hits back, still has a little bit of work to do.
Well, I think the key is even if he hits back, Steve is a reasonable favorite. And if Steve just plays in and he rolls a 6, Steve is a smaller favorite, I believe.
Right.
And if he doesn't hit back, Steve's an overwhelming favorite. Now just clear the 6 point.
Yep.
Clear the 5 point.
Or worry about double
6
6
points. Clear the 4 point. Yeah, maybe clear the. I wouldn't bear men off here. I'd clear the 4 point. Maybe that's better.
All right, Steve's ahead by at least a roll. Gives him great chances. I would say he's at least 80%. 90%.
Probably approaching 90 now.
Oh, got it closer.
I only got 1 man off. He's still 2 doubles behind.
That's going to be tough.
And that's it.
Now it's impossible. Congratulations, Steve.
Congratulations to Steve Sachs. He'll be playing one of his best friends, Bob Glass, in the finals, which will be coming up shortly in about 30 minutes. Michael, if you can hear us, we could probably start this sooner if you prefer. Because this is the only match to be played. Okay. Thank you for watching. This has been Art Benjamin and Joe Russell commentating on behalf of the USBGF on the finals of the Beale Street, the semifinals of the Beale Street 2021 Beale Street Blues Open ABT event. We would like all members to all viewers to click the like button if they enjoyed this stream, and remind everyone to join the USBGF and help promote backgammon in the United States and throughout the world.
And I want to thank Joe Russell and Ian Terry for running a fabulous tournament. It's been a lot of fun, great matches, super organized, and I can't wait to play again next year, hopefully live.
Thanks, everyone. Welcome to the finals of the 2021 USBGF ABT Beale Street Blues Backgammon Tournament. This is a 13-point match with time controls of 1 minute per point and 10 seconds per move reserve time. The players are both from Los Angeles. Steve Sachs, world-renowned player, on the Giants of Backgammon list for some 20-odd years, often rated in the top 10 players in the world, has won numerous tournaments throughout the United States, number 4 or 5 on the ABT all-time points list, and just one of the most respected players, a fine teacher and commentator and player, very friendly guy. His opponent, also from LA, longtime backgammon player, also highly ranking on the ABT list, Robert Glass, who's won numerous tournaments throughout the world, and a very fine player with both players having over 40 years of experience. Should be a very well-played match. Here with me to co-commentate is Robert Wachtel, also one of the top 10 players in the world and highly respected with many international wins. And if you like this stream, please hit the like button. And we invite the viewers to visit the USBGF to increase your skill and find out about upcoming events and other streams like this. And with that, we're ready to roll.
And this is Bob Wachtel. I would just want to say hi to everyone and looking forward to this. These are two friends of mine and really good players, and they've played 100 times before, believe me.
Bob, why don't you be the main commentator for Bob, and I'll be the main commentator for Steve plays, and then we'll have cross analysis as well.
I'll try to remember, but it's hard for me not to pipe up.
Okay, pipe up anytime you feel free.
So far, everybody seems to have played perfectly, from what I can tell. I've got very similar positions too, mutual holding game, and that should do it.
That gives Bob a commanding advantage. I don't think it does it. I think this is a very easy take if Bob were to double.
Yeah, it is it's he could actually wait a roll, I would say, to bring one more checker down from the midpoint safely, which he did.
Now, Steve did roll one of his best rolls to make a solid position. Do you still double this now, or do you still wait after Steve made the 5 prime?
That's a great question.
I think I would wait.
19 pips is a lot. It's a double take, and that's an awkward roll right from off the get-go. He has to break his 8-point right away. If it was a double, it was a small double, and if it wasn't a double, it was a small non-double.
Right. I'm a little bit conservative in these positions. I probably, I might have made a small error by not doubling, but I would not have doubled. My guess is it was a small no double, but you're right. I'm sure it was either a small no double or a small double, one of the two.
Yeah, well, the two outer points that Bob has are a little awkward, and
right.
This cannot be right. That cannot be right. He volunteered a shot where
he volunteers 15 shots, which is way too many shots to volunteer.
Yeah, well, he survived luckily, but even now, his worries aren't over. So if that had been the very last shot he'd ever have to leave.
So you played 3-2 here or 6-5?
3-2.
Yeah, same.
That's a perfect shot. That does ice the cake. Steve still has a little life, but not much. Well, it's 15 pips,
Yeah.
but not much race chance.
Yeah, even with a double six, he would still be 60% dog.
Yeah. So 4 to the ace and bring it in.
You know, it's no sense staying around. No shots coming, and you're only giving your opponent the option to roll a joker there.
I always stay. I always stay in those positions. I mean, even if your opponent does roll a joker.
Well, he had joker double ones and double twos to close you out, and
Yeah, I know.
you probably had no chance of getting a shot for 2 rolls. But in this particular case, I think it was prudent to leave.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I think I misplay those a little bit. If I'm 20 pips down or so, I don't run, even if there's no shot for a while. Steve's just like a double 6 away, so. Actually, the race has gotten quite close, hasn't it? Six checkers against 5. Steve can't double. 4 against 4.
There's 2 big rolls coming up for each side.
Now it's a redouble.
No, it's not a redouble. Oh, I'm sorry, redouble. You're right. I thought he had 2 checkers left. 3 checkers. You're right.
You scared me, Joe.
Okay.
I like, you know, I don't want to pull down my underpants in public.
I thought he had 2 on the ace.
So this is an aggressive 3-2 that Bob plays too, instead of splitting. I think it's technically not correct.
Right. Very small error though.
Yeah. Just 23 and 8. You just play small here, like 11 to 8, or do you split in?
My style would be to play 21, but I could see 11 to 8 being right, but I would play to 21.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, you're not supposed to split into the big stacks, but oh wow,
That's a great shot for Bob.
sure is.
Good chance to see a cube depending on Steve's roll.
Double
We
pass.
should see the cube right now.
Steve won't take this. Still make the 5 point even though you leave a 6 shot here. That hits. Yeah,
Just
and 23.
23, yeah.
Yeah. Ah,
Well, I think you just make the 7 point.
yeah, you're right. That's the only play, really. Hit. And come up, probably.
Yeah, I think come up. I would come up to the 20.
I guess there's a little more duplication if you stay there. But the 20 is so valuable, and you have a better board already, so it's worth.
Same
Right.
number of super jokers either way. You got double ones and twos one way, and double twos and fours the other way.
Yeah. Good fighting roll by Steve. And then hit,
Yep.
nothing to think about. Good play by Steve. $13-4.
Duplicating fours around the board. I don't know what Steve's looking at, but this doesn't look anywhere near double to me.
He was probably getting a drink of water. Would you hit twice here? Or hit and come out? Or hit and come run around? Yeah, like this. I think this is right. Bob may as well hit.
Yeah. Not much downside from hitting.
No. Oh, cooperation.
There was a big upside.
Oh, what do you do here? This doesn't look right.
I don't know, 4-2 might have been right. I don't know. I don't know that I would have made that play for Bob down 28 pips.
No. I would have slotted the 4-point. He shouldn't give up his 23-point anchor.
Agreed. That looks like a good play.
Yeah, it puts immediate pressure on those on white outfield checker, and
But put a lot of pressure on Steve's man on the 16-point as well.
yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I was trying to say. I didn't like this play. Why didn't he make the 4-point?
He couldn't. His threes were blocked. Oh, you mean like the 4-point from the 7? Yeah.
Yeah. He looked at it and then he rejected it, but it looks a lot better than this formation. Maybe he's thinking about, oh, that's a beautiful roll.
A great shot. It's going to give him a double the next shake. He has a double this roll.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what Steve was thinking of, is how do I get to a double as soon as possible.
Well, he's there right now. Does
Yeah,
Bob
for sure.
take? And my guess is no. I don't have to take. Would you take this?
No, I would pass. I guess we're not seeing the analysis on the right side where we see the
No.
yeah, okay. So is it Bob Glass's roll here?
Yep.
So this isn't a big double, but I think it is a double. You know that one?
Actually, I think it's not a double, or it's borderline, but it's a score. It might be a double. Down by 2, it possibly could be.
Yeah, I forget that one. If the blot is on the 4-point, is that better or worse for him?
I think it's better for Bob.
Yeah. The guy.
It's got more men to hit from the midpoint.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can make the 22-point here. And
Steve should just slot his 5-point here.
absolutely, yeah. That 8-point stack is got to be relieved. Yeah, good play. This makes the bar, but it's not really what Bob wanted.
Well, Steve has a fairly commanding position with Bob having those 2 points made behind the 21 point.
Exactly, yeah. It's bordering on double.
I wouldn't, a little shy, I think.
Way too far behind in the race at this point. That looks pretty cautious. I guess it's okay. But...
Would have been hit if he'd played.
Story of my life.
Bobby big play.
Exactly. Make the 2-point here and 7-5.
No. Yeah. I would play 7-5. Yeah, and then play the other 2. Yeah. They'll just play 5-2 here.
Yeah. Wow.
Great shot for Bob. Keep him going. Well, now Bob is going to close in on the cube. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jailbird 22 is Robert Glass and Steve Sachs. A 30-pip lead. Looks like a very easy take. And would you have doubled this?
I think, I don't know. Wow. Good play by Steve, but not rewarded.
Not rewarded yet, and not likely to be rewarded, but it was a good play.
I think it was. I didn't really have.
No, it had to be a good play. I mean, what else is he going to do?
That's true. So now we just play 7-2.
Yeah, I don't think you want to give any shots here. Steve still, he doesn't have fives in his board. So if he comes in with a 5, he has to step out anyway or break his board. Wouldn't do this. Only 4 numbers, but they're 4 deadly numbers.
Yeah, don't gain that much. Oh, oh, oh dear.
That's sad.
It's cruel punishment. Redouble pass.
Redouble pass.
Well, this match is going fast.
Well, the time controls are pretty fast controls, actually. Bob's down to 9 minutes, and he's only scored 1/13 of the points he needs.
That's bad ratio, yeah. Nice shot by Steve. Good play. Makes the 10 point. Or 10 point or 17 point, Joe, which is better?
I think I would make the 17 to invite my opponent off that anchor.
Start the 4 point.
Yeah,
This is not right.
that's definitely the wrong idea. Wrong concept here, Bob.
That blot was not in danger on the 24 point.
No, and you want that guy back as a patroller.
Yeah. What did they call him? A watchman or a lurker? Or there's all kinds of.
Something like that. Watchman, maybe that's it. I call him a patroller. He's patrolling the inner board.
Bob doesn't seem to want to start making his board.
Even here, slide
that
for
doesn't-
4 point.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, when he's virtually got no shots coming. Steve is inching towards the cube. The 6-5 will probably hold it off.
You're right, exactly.
Thanks everyone for joining us today. Again, this is the finals of the 2021 ABT Beale Street Open, being brought to you by the USBGF. Thanks to USBGF for sponsoring the event for the stream. And thank you, Bob Wachtel, for joining me. And if you like this stream, please hit the like button. And don't forget to join the USBGF and support Backgammon in the United States and worldwide.
It's time for Steve to double. Bob being stuck in the
I think it's time to let it go. With the 2 blots in the board, if Steve were to roll like a 6-2, I think I would just let this go if I were Bob.
Even down 5-1 in the match.
I think so. I could be wrong. I mean, it was probably a close call, whether it was a take or not. Probably a small pass or a small take. I'm not sure which, but
Hey, sweetie, I can't talk right now. I'll call you back later. Okay, start that 5 point. Attaboy.
Yeah, you don't want to let Bob come
Yeah,
in.
no, make the 5 point, which he did anyway, but it
Right.
wasn't easy. He did it the hard way. That was a decision I would have thought a little.
Yeah, I would have taken
about.
some time on that decision. I mean, you're down to so many pips, you're stepping out into a 15 number shot. You really want to get hit there. I understand you want to escape, but you could have brought 2 men down and, had a counter priming type position. I don't know what was right, but I wouldn't have played it as quickly.
No.
Seems to be working out for him though.
That's the wrong 3.
Yeah, he's got to bring 2 men down there.
Nice shot. Well, makes the 3 point.
But that would have been a good rolling if he'd brought 2 men down. He would have made his 10 point.
Nice play by Steve. He's got to, and Bob doubles from the bar. Wow.
Yeah, this looks ultra aggressive. This is just like a beaver in a money game.
Exactly. It reminds me of some money games I've played in. Well, but down in the match, different.
That had to be a whopper blunder to double that.
Steve's not going to let it go unpunished.
Well, he is. It looks like Bob's.
Oh, I mean, Bob's not going to let it.
Right.
I got my players confused there. Sorry. Hits and covers. Good Lord. Look at this.
Bob says, this is what you get for criticizing my double guys.
That's where the Justice League came in. Yeah. Now, what do you do? Do you play 3, 7 to 4 here?
Yeah, there's no reason not to, right?
Yeah.
It was like a free roll to get extra builders, and you just remake it if he comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny you find the cross between timid and aggressive play. That cube was super aggressive, and not playing 7 to 4 was very timid.
Well, some people are timid with their checker plays and aggressive with their cube. That's probably more the formula here.
Bob Glass is in the finals of both the Open and the Masters. He's had a magnificent tournament in the main events. He has lost 1 match. He's undefeated in the Masters and currently sitting at 6-1 in the Open, which is tied with Steve Sachs for the best record.
What a tournament for Bob.
It's been a long time since I remember anyone winning both the Open and the Masters. It's happened a few times.
So what were you saying? He's already won one of them?
No, he's in the finals of both. This is the
okay. Yeah.
Open, and right after this will be the finals of the Masters. Commentary will be done by Art Benjamin and Steve Sachs. So Steve gets to play Bob, and then he gets to commentate on Bob.
Well, I'm sure if he loses, he'll be happy to criticize it, Bob.
You know Steve too well, huh? Steve loves Bob. I'm sure he'll be.
No, I know they're great friends. It's just the spare off has turned out well for Bob too.
Yeah.
He made some plays that I wouldn't have made, but they've worked out well. This is like the kind of position that I have in my textbook, in the game until the end.
Yeah, anybody that has not read that book or doesn't own a copy of that book, it's a great book. It's been two editions, Bob. was revised in the early, in 2000 and what?
2014 was the last one.
Revised in 2014. It's great information on positions that come up routinely in backgammon, and everyone should be familiar with. And Bob has written a fantastic book, and everyone should get a copy.
Here's an interesting play, Joe. You have to play 3-2 here, not hit.
Yeah, because your chances of getting a second checker picked up go up.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Now an ace could really yeah.
Probably not as bad a play as it would be if he had instead of the ace point. But.
Yeah. Wow. Super coup there by Bob.
The coup, no double gammon. Give the cube when it's not a double and gammon your opponent. Yeah. Well, at least Steve avoided the backgammon.
What do you split here and come down with to the?
Yeah. Your opponent's escaped a man. Yeah.
No, but I mean split with a 4 and come down with a 6. That's what I would have done. Not the way he did it.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what the right play was with that. I think splitting with the 4 is right. I agree with you. Yeah, this play is crystal clear.
Yeah.
Steve should just anchor.
Yeah. I think I would have made the 9 point. Maybe this is better.
I think I like Steve's play.
Go ahead, unstacks the 6.
Gives you a third point, your board unstacks the 6, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you might as well slot the 5 point.
That's right. Yeah, this is right. This is right. That's not perfect.
You bring 2 down, you bring 1 down, maybe 1 down and play to the, I don't know, I bring 2 down, I think.
It looks like about the only thing you can do, yeah. You can do this too.
Yes. I wouldn't worry about his 2-point board.
No.
It might even do you some good to get a man sent back.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I wouldn't have made that play.
Yeah, I would just do this.
Yep.
Steve can't seem to cover his 5 point no matter what he does. You got to run one guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's not very good.
Because when he runs now, Steve's going to have a stronger board. What do you do with this?
This is a good question because, geez, I don't know. I might just make the 10 point. But this is pretty reasonable too. You don't want to leave a shot. I didn't know the answer there. Not at all. This looks okay. Mhm.
Hit continue. What else?
Yep, what else is right? Double.
Yep, cube time. 15 pip lead. 8 pointy numbers, other jokers, numbers that make the 4 point.
Is it a take though?
I don't know. I would guess not with the open 5 point.
Yeah.
I would take if I had the best 5 point board. With the open 5 point, I think it's a pass. What do you think?
I feel the same way. I'm tempted though. I would probably, I'd probably take.
You'd probably take?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for him, if he doesn't point on you, it's has to leave a lot of blots to ever.
We've got 8 numbers that make the 20 point. In addition to that, what does he have? 4-3, 4-2. I mean, to make the 5 point, 8 numbers to make the 5 point. 4-3 and 4-2. Double twos. Yeah, I would have passed as well.
Yeah, you're probably right. I take too many cubes like that.
I passed too many, so. So we're a good doubles team, as we once proved when we won the world's doubles championship.
That was a glorious triumph of justice over evil.
We played Abe Mosseri and Falafel in the final.
Yeah, yeah.
And Abe was the amateur at that. I mean, Falafel was the amateur on it.
I remember we bluffed them on an 8 cube.
Yeah.
I mean, not bluff. It was a legitimate double, but they finally passed. I think Falafel might have convinced Abe that it was a pass.
Yeah. I think it was a marginal. I think it was very marginal double actually, but we doubled.
Yeah.
We doubled on the possibility that they might pass.
Yeah.
Clear. So Steve probably looking at a double here.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a lot of advantages here. And
Pretty easy take for Bob though.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, sure it is, yeah. But, you know, you
Can't afford to roll like 3-2 and then have your opponent blank.
No.
Then you
I mean, that's happened so many times in my life that, you know, and then I'm like, now what do? I have to play for the gammon all of a sudden.
Well, now it's a double pass. If it's not too good, it might be too good now, but
yeah, exactly.
I think I would just double pass here, but it might be too good. I wouldn't be surprised. What do you think? I mean, Bob's got a pretty bad position.
It sure does, yeah.
Maybe it's too good.
It feels close. Feels close. All right, Steve thinks it's too good, but this doesn't achieve. If Bob rolls a 3,
What do you do here? Do you just make the 15 point?
No, I wouldn't. I would not. No, I'd play something more. I wouldn't do this either. I'd play into the 5 point with that 6. Just hoping to be able to attack with it. Well, now it's no double.
Right, no double now.
So that's the problem with these play-ons. Hard to get them right. Easy for XG, but hard for humans. So, oh yeah, right.
Point.
Didn't even see that play, yeah. make the bar, I guess, right?
I think so. I think making the 18 point, it's a lot of pressure on Steve. Hard for Steve to bring this game home smoothly now. In and hit.
Yeah, it's a good roll.
And a dance could get you back to the cube, but that's not what happened.
So he may as well make the 22 point.
Yeah. What else is he looking at?
He's looking at 8 to 6. I think he's looking at coming in and hitting on the 5 point.
No, he's hitting with the 3 coming in. We're not going to come in and hit on the 5. I don't think there was any other 2.
8 to 6. It's not a real play though.
Here I just played 10 to 8. I would play 10 to 8 and give him the extra shots. I wouldn't care.
So this hits on the 15. Duplicating 3s nicely. And that's a great shot for Steve. I guess he can just bring it in.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm glad he did. I guess. Oh, I wish he hadn't now. Oh, no, glad he did. Right, he would have been hit. Not close to a cube. I don't know what he's looking at. Maybe getting water again.
Yeah, I think it's a comfort break. So hit on the 8.
Yep.
Now he finally has a chance to play 8 to 6.
Yeah. Steve needing a 5, which he got, so just make the 8 and play 5 to 2.
Yeah.
So give Steve a fairly reasonable advantage. What do you do with this? You just hit loose?
No. I'd play to the 8 point.
13 to 8? Okay.
You don't want to weaken your priming structure when you're so far behind in the race. You weren't being attacked. Bob's making a run for it. Steve cooperates. Oh.
So 22, 18, 14, 8?
Yep.
This doesn't look right at all.
He won't do that.
The 5 blot play? I don't think so. Let's see, can I play with 5 blots or 2 blots and not have a huge reason to play with 5?
He seems to really be attracted like a moth to the flame to this play. Which I want to see what it achieves, really.
Yeah, it's like, what's the big payoff from this play? Just play 18 and 8 and.
Yeah, I mean, Bob's got better than an equal game here, I would say.
I mean, this is reasonable. That's better than the other play.
Yeah. I still don't see the point of it, but.
That's a good play. 4 to 1, 3 to 1. That would have been a winner. Steve's, how many dances in that row is that for Steve? 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive dances. So Bob's going to be inching into a cube if Steve dances a couple more times.
He needs a couple more, not just one.
Six straight dances. Now, are we there?
Yeah, we are. But I think it's a take.
43 pip lead.
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it's definitely a double. There's a lot of pips.
Not that easy to take it.
No, you're right. It's easy to say take it, but then when you're actually being doubled, it's not that easy for some reason.
And if you had your 2 point,
Yeah.
make it a lot easier, but
Yeah, no, that is a weakness. So maybe it is a decent pass here. Like I say, I take too much.
like I say, I passed too much. And the more you say that, the more you tempt your opponents not to double you, Bob, especially when you say it in the stream.
No, that tempts my opponents to double me, actually, because they know I'm going to make a bad take. It's a nice shot. Good play. Nice shot.
Return, make 2 points in his board.
What is he doing?
He's trying to race when he's behind in the race.
What is?
It counts even, but he's technically behind because Steve's on shake. That didn't make sense.
No.
And he's for it.
Punished.
And it's probably going to be a pass here unless Bob hits back. And that's it. Steve can play on or double out, and I would just double out here.
Yeah.
Not a huge risk in rolling, but again, they're not that. Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yeah, this is the problem with rolling.
Bob took.
Oh, he doubled and Bob took.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Sorry. Not paying attention.
And Bob comes in and hits.
I'm not sure I understood Steve's play. Why did he? I guess he. Wow, nice shot.
Super Joker.
It's got a hit.
Yep, he's got to just hit, grin and bear it. And he survived.
Yeah, that's a nice nice roll for Bob.
What did Steve do here?
That's to go to the.
I guess he duplicates the 1s and 3s and plays 13 to 9, or did he? Yeah, that's what he has to do, 13 to 9.
Also, it keeps more structure.
Yeah. Gives him more chances to make the 7 or 5. What's he looking at? Is he thinking of the? I don't understand this one. Why would you give him 5s and 1s? Yeah. Did you understand why he played 11 to 7?
No, I was on the same page as you were. This is a bit awkward for,
I mean,
Bob
I guess the one advantage of that play that Steve made was you've got the point slot, one of the points slotted that you want to make.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think it's worth giving him. You don't want to let him escape and hit at the same time.
That's another issue, yeah. I guess you have to make the 8-point and play 13-7 here and just get hit a few times. Yeah,
That's right.
only got hit once. You can hide.
This is an awkward shake.
Well, you got to hit and play 6-3, right?
I guess that's correct. And we'll see. I mean, unless you hit and play 8-5.
Why not, right? It's not bad.
I mean, considering if you Bob coming in with a 5 is so bad anyway, it might be right. I'd be tempted to play the 8-5.
Yeah, great, very creative, Joe. And
I mean, you got a 23-point anchor. He's got a man behind you. He's got a stack on the 6-point. You could easily survive this. You know,
yeah.
He'll probably end up having to double you out if things go good. Yeah, I like that play, Steve.
Wow, good for Steve.
And he closed him out.
That is awesome. What a player.
And he escaped.
Wow. That's really, really nice.
Steve just has to escape the man on the 23-point, and he's got a fairly good chance at a gammon here. And there it goes. So I think he just wants to play 7-4 maybe, so he doesn't open with double 5. I don't know. Maybe he's going to risk the double 5. I'm not sure what was right there. He was probably right. Just bear a man off. You want to get the gammon's closed.
Whoops. Whoops. Ah.
Again.
These guys, they don't fool around, do they?
No.
I guess all you can do is cover the outfield here. Just 8 and 5.
Wow. This doesn't look right.
Doesn't look that bad either, but so Steve has 6.
Steve has 5 checkers off, right? 7, 9, 10, yeah.
Yeah.
So Bob will probably be recubing as soon as he gets to nice bear off position. So
I
with,
think at this match
with a
score,
1-point lead, how quickly would you recube this?
I'd recube it very quickly because getting to 11 is enormous.
Right.
I don't think you have to wait the usual way you usually have to wait.
Right. I think he should recube like right now, huh? Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe even as soon as he was closed out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very efficient cube at this score. Steve hardly has any redouble value. Well, he does actually have good redouble value. I take that.
Yeah.
So maybe he has a clear take also. I'm not sure. Being down 9-6 is no good. Yeah, he probably has a clear. It's a clear redouble, clear take, I think. Is Heroes like Grid Gammon, where if you observe a match, you record it, it gets recorded?
I'm not sure, but I have all of them recorded. If you want it, I can send it to you.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be wanting to look at this afterwards. Oh, I don't like that pass. Might be right. I don't know. Steve may be playing the player too. I don't know if I would have done that with Steve's double ace. But certainly looking good now. Whoa. Didn't take Bob long to take this cube.
Nope.
It's not the greatest, but it's not the end of the world either. 13-5.
Yeah, I don't want to play with too many blots here. Just getting myself in position to make a prime, and yeah, this is the reason I don't want to play with too many blots. I don't want to have other guys picked up. This could be match over.
Absolutely.
Get out before Steve comes in.
What is he doing?
I would call that dumping.
What's he doing? Oh. Oh, shoot. Looks like he's trying to save a number here.
And Steve needing a 5 desperately here. Bob got another checker.
Yep.
This looks like it could be the end of the match unless Steve can produce a couple of 5s quickly.
That's a great shot.
Yep.
Pretty brutal. I guess normally you'd stay there and try to hit another checker, but you don't need the gammon here, so.
Well, Gammon wins the match.
Oh, yeah, no, he should have stayed and but yeah, maybe doesn't need it anyway.
Gammon's pretty strong anyway.
Yeah.
And what do you do here?
Oh, I'm tempted to break the 6 point.
Yeah. And there's the shot. Let's see if Steve can get the hit back. No, looks like this is going to be the final game. Looks like Bob Glass is going to be the 2021 repeat Beale Street Open champion. This has been brought to you by the USBGF. Thank you for watching this match. Two excellent players. Thank you to the USBGF for providing the stream. If you like this stream, please hit the like button. Join the USBGF where you can learn more about events like this and help promote backgammon in the United States and throughout the world. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Bob, for providing your expert commentary. And we will have another stream coming up in a short period of time, about an hour or less. Will be Bob Glass versus Ergin Bayrak in the finals of the Masters event. Bob Glass has a rare chance to pull off a double, winning the Masters and the Open.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Very, very well done by Bob Glass. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Thank the USBGF again for providing the streaming of this match.
Hey there, this is Ian Terry, one of the directors of the Beale Street Backgammon Open, along with Joe Russell. And I have to say, this week we've had some incredible matches and a great turnout. And we really look forward to seeing these streamed matches and want to thank you for tuning in. Additionally, we want to go ahead and say thank you to all of our players for participating. We hope that you had a great time, win or lose. Now, let's get to the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finals of the Masters Jackpot of the USBGF Beale Street Blues Open. We have a very exciting match for you today with Bob Glass and Ergin Bayrak. I'm here with Steve Sachs, who finished second in the USBGF Open event at the Beale Street Open. He lost to Bob Glass, who not only did he win the Open event, he won last year's Open event, and here he is in the finals of the Masters Jackpot. He really seems to own this tournament. His opponent is Ergin Bayrak, a very strong player from Southern California. He has won the Player of the Year event for the Gammon Associates, and is also a professor of economics at University of Southern California. And I'm happy to call both of them my friends. Speaking of my friend, here with me is Steve Sachs. And you have anything to say?
Yeah, I hate finishing second, but better than losing in the first round. Hey, so Ergin Bayrak, that's correct. He did win the Gammon Associates Player of the Year in 2017 and 2019. And to top it off, at the end of the year, the last ABT tournament of the year, he won the California State Backgammon Championship, beating Ray Fogerl in the finals. Bob Glass is 8th all-time in the ABT with 231 points. And he was really very active player in the 80s and 90s, took a little time off, but he's back to doing it right now. Quick story about Bob. He won the Brazil tournament in 1994. He won the Costa Rica tournament in 1997. And then he won the Vegas tournament in 1998. And since his name is Bob, starts with a B, I told him, I said, you're like the killer bees. You start in Brazil and you move north. So he appreciated that.
That is great. All right. Well, anyway, so we are, I think the match is just about to start. Michael, if you want to give the players the okay, we've given Bob plenty of time to think about how he's going to play that opening 5-3. And they're off.
Yeah, 35 years ago when I was playing, I made the 3-point with the 5-3, and the guy told me I was wrong. I was supposed to bring 2 off the midpoint. And a $3 chouette at the Cavendish West.
Ah.
Oh, memories.
I would bring the three down, 13-10.
Agreed. Standard.
Come in, and what do you do with the 4? Come down?
I would split for sure. I mean, he's leaving fly shots. You know, the little numbers make the bar of the 5-point, and the bigger numbers hit on the outside.
All right, so Bob has a 3-2 to play. He can anchor on the 22, or he can make his 10-point. I guess I lean towards the anchoring play.
Agreed. So Ergin's a favorite here, but he does not have a cube. He doesn't have enough market losers. I mean, if he rolled double aces, he'd be losing his market, but Bob still has an anchor. This is a decent shot for Ergin. Going to make the bar point and then probably slide from 16 to 14. You worry about getting that back checker out later. This is a little too big. I don't see the necessity of this. Oh, he heard me. Okay. Sorry about that.
Keep it down. All right. Double 2. Great roll. Boy, so many 2s. That's one of them. And do you make the 4-point? Or do you make your opponent's 5-point?
I mean, you make the solid structure. The counterattack's very minimal. And, well, I mean, Ergin's going to have to hit him loose with a 3-point. Bob's a favorite. I don't think he's a doubling favorite, though. He's down in the race and
on the roof.
brutally bad numbers. He rolls a 5-6. Okay.
Very good.
How do you feel about a cube here, Art?
Yeah, I was just thinking. Now Bob's got some threats. The race is close. He's got a good defensive anchor. I would send a cube.
Yeah, I mean the pip count is like not even a big deal. I mean, yeah, this is I think it's a missed opportunity. But if he knew he was going to roll a 4-6, he did the right thing. Pretty weak
Right.
shot.
Yeah.
How do you
So,
play 4-6 here, Art?
oh gee, I don't know. I'm tempted to play 5-1 and take away half the roll. And that said, there's not a great 6 to follow it up. This leaves a lot of shots. 2s, 3s.
I love this play. It's structural. You're not worried about getting hit off the midpoint. If he rolls a 4 or 3, you still have an advanced anchor and he has a blot in his board. And if Ergin rolls a brick here, now Bob's, he's really going to benefit from that play that he made. I think it was right. Do we actually get the cheat notes on Heroes? Does it show the PRs?
I don't, not that I can see.
And that's fine. I'd rather not just, refer back to XG. So I still, oh, Bob did double. Did he double? No. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking.
No, not
I
yet.
don't understand why he didn't double though.
All right. So now comes in and makes the 5 point.
Okay. Yeah. Clean up your act, Ergin. It's going to be very, very difficult to do everything on one move. Again, I think Bob has a cube. I mean, he's down in the race, but he's got outfield control. He's shooting at blots. Would you double this, Art?
Yeah, less clear than the other
Yeah, he's missed a
Yeah.
couple of doubles. Right
rolls.
here. What's the worst that can happen? You roll on a 1-3 or something. It's not that bad.
Dancing's not great, but
I think 1-3 might be even worse.
Your
okay.
opponent doubles. Your
Okay, he
opponent
does
doubles.
double. I think that's a fine double. Good, obvious take. And Ergin's fighting back. Gonna be quite a while before he has a recube. Gonna have to get both those checkers out.
Right.
But Bob still has. That can happen when you're not used to playing with heroes. I don't think so. Why not just why leave the extra double 5s and 5-1? I did not agree with that move. He's already got good 5s to escape. Okay, seems reasonable. Okay.
It's got to come in and hit.
This is a huge, huge equity swing right here. If Ergin dances, Bob can be playing on for the gammon. If Ergin hits, going to easily play for the gammon. Yeah. Guy's got a whack here. Got even more juicy. Playing with 5 blots here. Close your eyes. Hold your breath. Oh, I didn't see that move. Yeah, maybe. What do you think, Art? Would you have hit or?
I that was the first move I saw, but you were talking pretty strong about whacking.
Well,
so
but actually, because I didn't see the move there, so that was my mistake for not noticing it.
Oh, look at that! Look at that perfect roll.
It's almost perfect.
Almost perfect. He
It's
needed
not a
5.
double
He needed 5 6s.
It's
Now
not
we
a
got-
double eagle. It's just an eagle.
He only got 4 6s. Yeah, they don't let you make illegal plays.
Oh, this can't be right. He's got to keep the anchor. That's just about it. Oh, this kind of sucks here.
A great roll.
I break the 10, duplicate 3s. I don't want to break the 6 point. If you keep the integrity of your board here, even if he hits a second checker, the gammon risk is still probably going to be less than 50% or close to that, even on a closeout. I would not break the, no, I think that's very, very wrong. What do you do here, Art?
Yeah, I have found that usually breaking the board for short-term safety usually bites you in the end. So
yeah, I mean, most of the numbers are going to make a 6 prime for Bob, and then Ergin's going to have to try and bring that. This is not, again the wrong idea.
yeah, the other
break
play
the
is,
outside point,
yeah.
leave the same indirect shot,
and it's 3s. It's 3s, which is a covering number.
Yeah, as Bob Glass would say, the best things in life are three. And he does say that anytime he gets a chance. Okay, he's taking quite a bit of time on this move here, but the players do have plenty of time to consider all their moves.
Right.
I had an opponent that got down to like 7 seconds, and I was hoping his wife was going to call him during that time, but it didn't happen. You ever lost a match on time, Art?
I don't think so. I've certainly made mistakes because of time pressure.
Yeah,
but I have not lost. I have won some matches on time.
Nice.
All right.
I mean, you don't want to win that way, but it's part of the game. So.
All right. Oh, no. You got to.
No, I think he's just having trouble with the mouse there.
Yeah.
Call the exterminator.
On the in Heroes, if you want to move your checker, you have to click on the checker. If you click above it, it tries to move a checker to that point.
Yeah, and if you're not paying attention, you can make a super mega blunder.
Yeah.
You gotta pay attention.
But I will say, once you get used to it, it's actually a wonderful setup. You can make points by clicking at the bottom of a point. You can move your checker to where you want to go just by clicking once. I really love the Heroes format. Very customizable. If you don't like a feature, you can change it. So.
Again, if you're going to leave a single shot, just clear the outside point. I mean, it's 2 extra numbers.
Oh, there we go. Wait. Oh, no. Just make the ace point.
Bob's tired. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I heard yesterday he had to get up at 3 a.m. for a doctor's visit and for a procedure. And he said by the end of the day he was playing on fumes, but he was winning.
Yeah, he was down 10-5 in the semifinals to Michael Neagu, and he came back and he won. I think it was DMP. But the closeout here is obvious. I mean,
yeah,
you get a free shot. You got actually probably get like 3 free rolls to roll roll a 3 or 2-1.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you're gonna wait. Oh, that's your call. Yeah, Bob's only lost three matches the whole weekend. 2 in side events, and then he lost in the first round of the Masters to me. Got the last buyback, played me again, and then beat me.
Some nerve. And I thought he was your friend.
I won the wrong match.
Oh, I don't know. I think he should save a 6.
Well,
but he got what he wanted. At this point, I rate Black's gammon chances to be about 44%.
I think it's probably about 58%. The 2 extra crossovers in the outside is one issue, and because of White's weak board, you can play extra aggressive in the bear off.
Okay.
We'll see.
Fair point. I did not take White's weak board into account. I did take the crossovers into account.
Well, normally 2 closed out is like 38 or 39.
My formula is 40% plus twice the number of outside pips. So there is some wastage with 2 checkers on the 7. So I consider those to be about 4 outside pips.
Okay.
And so that would be about 48%. But as you say, he can bear off a little more aggressively. So maybe it's
going to be a close call. I think Ergin's a favorite to save the gammon, or he just has to make those 5 crossovers in 3 rolls, unless Bob rolls a double, which is obviously not a favorite to do.
Right.
So it's probably going to be.
It's like a 2-roll position. And there he goes.
New
Bob
game.
is on fire.
He certainly is.
All right.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, it's usually right to bring 2 down, but once you got a 4-0 lead, then you might split. Look at this. Look at this sequence here. Getting on the ace is wrong. I think I just played to the 8 point.
I agree. I played down to the 8.
No, I didn't like that.
All right. Bob's going to come in and make the 9 point.
Pretty good roll, actually. I make the 5 and just call it a day, as Stick would say.
That's my play.
I mean, you stripped on the 9 point. You just have active builders on the 7 and mid, but you know, having Bob outboarded, you know, and trailing in the match, I think you can afford to take a few chances. I mean, this play doesn't even really give you that direct a promise to make the 5 point.
Right. All right. Well, make the 5, and I can see this
Really,
one.
really solid shot for Bob there. Nice roll.
I might still make the 5 here.
I think I would.
Why slot it if you can make it?
That's a little too fancy.
Yep. Maybe he wants to keep those 6s blocked, but all right. Either way, I guess that's okay.
All right, so you slotted it, you better make it.
I agree.
Aces are duplicated to make the bar or the 4 point. Kind of an evenish position. Maybe white's a tiny favorite, but okay, he's gonna move now. He's gonna eventually move it back and not make this play.
That's an unusual play.
He's teasing his opponent, like thinking, "Oh, he's gonna make a blunder," but no.
Okay.
If I have extra time on my clock, I would do that. Okay, Ergin is still a small favorite here. He's got to get out. If he gets out, and gets missed, he's going to lose his market.
I play 13-6 here.
Yes, indeed. He's thinking about it, but no, it's too early.
I agree.
I mean, you wouldn't even double this at four-way, two-way because it's not enough gammons. Okay, great
shot.
shot. Bob, Ergin's got some bad incoming cracking numbers here, but that's not one
Not
of
this time.
Ray Fogerland is in the house. All right, playing on here. It's a free shot.
Yep.
You could get really unlucky and roll double ones or 2-1 and get hit back, but for the most part, tempo is in your way. Crush it.
Oh no. What were you afraid of?
Missed out. Missed. Well, he was afraid of the monsters under the beds. They call mubs.
All right, I run as black here. I go 24-15.
Yeah, nice play. I don't know my openings. I have to call you for those.
Jeremy the guy says run past the fortified 8 point. So that was the now what do you do here? I guess you have to hit.
Well, you got to leave a shot
59,
somewhere, so why not,
8-3.
you know, be constructive about it.
Right.
About half the numbers hit back. That's one of them.
Yep.
Probably move to the 21, a little better than 8-7.
All right. Now, do you hit on the 4 point or you make the 9? I think you make the 9.
I probably would actually make the 9, but payback time here. Crush.
Oh.
Now, if Bob comes in, yeah, Ergin should double here, especially down 4-1.
Down 4-1.
Your opponent doubles.
I would take. I think it's a double though.
New game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you dropped that. That's a mistake to drop as quickly as he did, especially with as much time as you have. Now, you may
Yeah.
indeed be right to drop, but you certainly have the 10 seconds, you know, delay to decide on it. And I think that was a take. What do you think?
That was my first thought.
Yeah, well, if you add my first thought and your first thought together and then we agree, it's probably right.
It's interesting when I play doubles, and we reach a cube decision. If I'll pause for a little bit to give my partner time to think, and then I'll say, okay, here's what I think, and he'll say what he thinks, and if they agree, we just don't spend any more time on it. Two thoughtful people reach the same conclusion. It's probably right. Move on.
Yeah, the wisdom of the crowds of
It is.
two.
It's the wisdom of the crowd. Okay, good roll for Bob. 1, make the 4, and I would scoot up. Yep.
I would not, but I'm probably wrong. I play 8-6 for more offensive capability.
Mm.
Very aggressive.
All right, and I got to make the 5. You can't escape.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful roll.
Okay. Bob doesn't roll something. Well, he did roll something.
Well, Bob found something almost as attractive.
So he cannot cube here. Interesting. What do? You run out or you hit and bring a builder down?
I think I hit. Put the second checker behind it.
I don't know about that. Maybe. You still got a lot of work to get out of there. I think I just
You have a lot of time to get out too, though, I think.
Yeah, but you're outboarded. I think honestly, I would just run out and just hope not to get hit. And I'm not slotting here, I don't think. No, because I have a better board. Bob's got a better board, and all right. Yeah, I definitely would run out with A6. This is weak.
Okay, yeah, slot like that.
Now you double for Ergin?
Mm.
I mean, he's crushed in the race. He's outboarded, but he's got better timing. So this is not so.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. That's a tough play.
I don't know.
He has
the advantages. He has the prime versus prime advantages. I think he should continue to play that way. He has the timing.
Yeah, that's probably wrong. Didn't work out at all either.
Yeah.
In and out heartbreak, as Chick Hearn used to say. All right, the game is here. Huh. If the score were bad enough, I'd think about cubing here, but it's not that bad yet.
All right, Bob's on the roof, which is where he wants to stay for a little while.
Wow.
Okay. Cut to the edge and 4-3. All right, now we should be thinking about a cube. He's got
this is a total dud here.
The longer prime. He has one. They both have one checker back, but Bob's is better placed. He's got a little bit better timing.
And I don't think being ahead by 2 points in the match is enough to, stave off a cube here.
No, it's not very gammonish. I would double, and I think it's a pass.
Your opponent doubles.
Well, let's see if Bob takes more.
Your opponent takes.
Were you taking that, Steve?
I didn't have enough time to think about it. But if I was on the 23, then yeah, but on the 24, because then black can still break their prime, and you're not even at the edge.
That was a crucial feature.
Okay, so Bob's pretty good line to just win a couple points here. There's no choice but to make the ace.
Yep.
Okay. That's a pretty darn good shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if I can figure this out here. One checker on the bar is about 2% gammon, and then you add another 4%.
Well, no. With two checkers on the bar, it would be 40% plus 2 times 2, but it's more than 2 because of wastage.
But how about with one on the bar and two on the...
with one checker on the bar, if the amount of outside pips is about 14 or less, like 2 checkers on the midpoint, then each pip is worth 1.5%. So So this would be, there's a little bit of wastage here. I'd say the gammon is about 4 or 5%.
Okay, I guess 6. So
Yeah, call it 6. Call those two checkers on the 7.1 as needing 4 pips to come in. And so 4 times 1.5 would be 6%. Now it's
yeah, that last double deuce was kind of close call whether you keep the 4-point board or not. All right, so what do we got here? Bob's going to be up 6-2. The match to 13, or we are playing to 13.
New game.
That's my standard play. With a very big lead, I might do the running play, but I'm not a big fan of the running play. All right, nice return. Make the 5-point.
In addition to reaching the finals of the Jackpot here, Ergin also won the Rock and Roll Off event. And Bob, as we mentioned before, is in the finals of 2, the most major events in this tournament. Looking to have the rare double, which doesn't happen too often.
It's true. Now, I think he should just keep on hitting and go 7-1. Would you say? Go.
That's absolute. I mean, this is like a minus 150 blunder or something like that.
You know, Bob and I are about the same age, and we grew up in a generation where just making the ace point was considered a liability. And if there's one thing the bots have told us is, under many circumstances, it's an asset. And
great counter shot, but I think Bob might have missed a cube or two while we were talking about other subjects.
He's probably distracted by our talking.
Yeah, I think so. And I think he should, even ahead 6-2, I think he should double now. And he does double.
Your opponent doubles.
I mean, Ergin's got 3 guys pinned on the 24, behind a 5' not at the edge, outboarded, outprimed. But, at what point do you start taking these cubes that
would be past this for money?
Yeah, but 6-2 to 13. Now it's 11 away, 7 away, if my math is correct. What would you do here?
I would probably take the score.
Now, I probably would pass, but then that's kind of my MO. If I don't like the game, I don't like the position, I drop it more than I should. Uh-oh, everybody knows now. Please don't double.
Steve's a chicken.
I'll change my whole game just for.
That's right.
This is right to take this so much time on this cube. It's very, very important decision here. Okay,
Your
so
opponent takes.
it's Art and Ergin outvoted me 2-1.
Now you're only probably passing.
Well, I'll be interested to see all this is no. This is
You got to get to the edge of the prime, yeah.
This is awful, absolutely awful. You got to come to the 21. You don't even care about. You can duplicate the 3s. He's got a very thin attack.
Now he can get the priming advantage, with his
if he gets a
racing deficit.
A decent roll.
All right,
this is interesting.
Step up with the 2.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, maybe, but if you do step up with the 2, then
it can distract
it on.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to just make your prime first and then.
Yeah, and do the opposite of what he's doing here, which is to do bring 2 checkers down.
Yeah, although I mean 6s play pretty poorly for black, so I can understand moving up. A lot of people would do that. Yeah. So Ergin's still in the game here. This is a pretty bad roll for Bob, but he's going to slot. Ergin's not that far off from the
beautiful roll.
Ooh. he is not too far off from a recube considering the score. He still
Right.
needs a little bit of help.
Yep.
He's developed his position about as well as he can. He needs a big roll from Bob.
Or a small roll from himself, which he got.
Yeah, this is great for Bob. Now, I think I moved to the 23 and let Bob play his sixes inconveniently. Oh, well, it's a misclick. But I think you should come to the 23 and not, I don't think that's right.
What's
now
the
Bob
reason
plays
for the
six.
23?
Huh?
What's the reason for coming up to the 23?
Because then if he hits you, then you can just dance and you don't have to bust your board. Otherwise, where is he going to play his six? This way, Bob can play this. Ergin can play the 6-8 to 2, and then Bob cracks. He's given the choice to hit on the deuce or play passed on the ace point, and save a pip of timing.
I see. Whereas if he slots 8
And
to
this
2,
is-
that's not as bad.
You got a slot here. There's like absolutely no question in my mind. You have to slot. This is like, setting yourself for a recue.
Yeah.
Bob breaks. And now, gosh, do we redouble? The fours play bad for Bob. Sixes come out for Ergin. I mean, maybe I'm getting a little bit too excited about the recue. He does have 3 on the 24. He's got no other play. Eventually, he's going to make this play. 3-1. Maybe it's not a recube anymore.
That probably staves off the cube. Yeah.
Yeah. The sixes are duplicated. All right. So
Got a hit.
he's thinking about not hitting and letting Bob play 3s and 4s, but that's the wrong idea. Now Ergin can't cube. This is awful. He's going to make the ace point, hoping for a miracle.
Right.
He has no other choice, no other reasonable choice. 2-3 would be bad for Bob. I call bad numbers for myself, so I'm allowed to. This is a little bit too fancy. I mean, with a 5-point board, and all you need is 1/6 to be back in the game. I don't take that chance. He's wishing something else had happened, but it didn't. So you got to make the ace point. I mean, ace 4, ace 3, those don't crack. All right, so hey, if Ergin's right, I give him all the credit in the world. That would be a fantastic move. I wouldn't have done it. This is a great sequence for Bob. He was potentially getting recubed here. Instead, he's got a good chance to go ahead 10-2 to 13. Make him match equity guy. Tell me what it is.
Yeah, 3 away, 10 away would be
90?
I think it's 87.
Okay. All right, so he's a favorite to win a gammon here if he does win the game. There's a very small chance of the backgammon, which would not end the match, but it would make it prohibitive. That's the wrong idea. He's just a misclick. Ergin will probably save the backgammon. He could get a shot and hit it, but I don't know.
Take 2 off.
4-2, right, Hart? Or you take 2 off?
I take 2 off.
Really? Okay.
There is, I mean, partly because of the backgammon.
Yeah. I mean, the general theme isn't bearing off with it against the 24-point anchors to clear points, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure when to make those exceptions.
When your opponent has a weak board and getting hit doesn't lose you the gammon, for example.
I make the ace. It's probably not a big deal at all, but I would have made.
I don't think it'll make equity-wise a big difference. It's one of those plays you think about a lot.
Yeah,
made it.
Yeah, that's why Mochi gets down to like minute and 13 seconds on the clock because he thinks about and he can figure it out too. So good for him.
Yeah.
All right, so 10-2 Bob.
New game.
But Ergin's tough. He's tenacious. He'll find a way.
Oh, this would be 3 away, 11 away. 3 away, 11 away.
Oh, then what was I right? It's 90%?
It's like 89%, yeah.
Oh.
I may be off by a percent, so you could be right.
Okay. I'll accept my random guess.
Oh.
Your opponent doubles.
Fantastic double at the score. Easy take, but great double by Ergin. It shows he's not dissuaded by the bad fortune that he's had in the last game. He's concentrating, making the right decisions. Make the 10 here, sir. Some goofy people would hit twice, but they're goofy.
I make the 22.
That's a nice shake under the circumstances. 5 point.
Yep.
Duplicates twos. Solid structure.
And it's the 5 point.
Oh, yeah. This is pretty weak. So you bring 2 down, or you play 5 and 3, or something else I didn't notice.
I guess I play 2 down. I mean, I give thought about hitting on the ace, but that just seems a little too loose.
You know what I call that?
What?
That's a panic attack. Yeah, I think that was way the wrong idea, especially with a 10-2 lead.
Yeah, you don't want to get into gammonish positions. If it was the score reversed, then maybe you do it.
Even then I wouldn't do it, but I understand your premise for sure. Yeah, that was maybe behind. Bob got a little excited there. I think it was the wrong idea. Pretty bad shot for him. Oh, interesting. You make the ace or the 9?
Then, oh, interesting. My first thought was the 9, but again, I sometimes don't see those ace making plays.
I think I would make the ace. I mean, you don't want to let either one of those 4 checkers escape. You know, so you're making the ace. I mean, you might even make the ace and then play, not even that. I mean, just play 13-8. I mean, how dangerous is that? You leave 4 indirect shots. The guy's got a blot in his board. Much easier for you to bring the position home. You would have had more coverage. Ace deuce would have played a lot better. Oh my goodness. You probably can play 11 to 14-11, duplicate twos.
How about 14-13, 6-4? Play with 1 block.
Oh, you know what? Good point. Yeah, I don't think you want to play with 2 blots if you can avoid it. So that was a little bit of an overplay on my part. He'll see it eventually. You know, this duplicates aces, but now you're leaving a further out point that you need to clear. So I don't think that's the right idea. Bob's going to hit and continue and hope to roll a 7 on his next shake, make the deuce point. You don't want to break your anchor and hit. This is the wrong time for it.
But you do want to be able to see that you can break your anchor and hit. Some of my biggest errors were I see the direct shots, that are staring me in the face, and I miss that there are some indirect opportunities.
Okay, we may be seeing the end of the match here with a 10-2 lead and only a 2 cube and a potential gammon winning position here. Bob just needs a little bit to go right for him to win this match here. But Ergin still has, I don't want to play with too many blots. I'll make the bar. I mean, he plays with too many blots, he can get gammon or even backgammon. Crucial deuce for Ergin. Bob stays out. If Ergin come in here, oh, fantastic shot. You're going to hit on the 10 point split. And all of a sudden, in a game that looked like Bob might have won a match-ending gammon, he might.
Now, does Ergin send it back?
No, Bob. Ergin has doubled Bob.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Cube was on my side, and I'm thinking.
Yeah, we would have redoubled probably a little while ago. But anyway, so last ditch effort for Bob here, hoping crushing counter shot for Ergin.
Yep.
This is pretty decent under the circumstances.
Yep.
He doesn't want to hit with an ace. Great shot for Ergin. But I think the gammon is in doubt now. I mean, especially if Bob rolls a 4. But even with 4 on the 22, it's not a favor to be a gammon.
I agree.
But Ergin, getting 2 points to go to 10-4, that's what he wants. Okay, not much of a choice there.
Make the deuce.
12-9. Certain. 5-2. All right, fairly obvious. Bob needs a 4. Everyone can see that. He did not get a 4. Okay, I keep the 5 prime as, no, I don't think so. I keep the 5 prime as slot the deuce. I don't want him coming out with any 5 that's going to save the gammon. I want him to Bob to bust his board even more.
But bringing 2 in gives you the rolls that you need to win the gammon. I'm not so sure, Steve. I mean,
Yeah,
if you
no,
want
I
to
mean,
win the gammon,
it's a
you can't
balance.
start-
It's a balance between the 2 players.
Yeah.
That's just my style, you know. So this is definitely the wrong idea. You want to have the gap as high as you can. Creates fewer bad numbers. Okay, now Ergin, I mean, Bob is very unlikely to slot to 6. He's very unlikely to get gammoned here. Probably not going to win either. It's probably going to be a 10-4 situation. Ergin with 4:30 on the clock. That's not ideally. You make the 4 here, Art?
No, with no possible shots this turn. With no possible shots this turn, I think I just bring the checker home. I mean, it's not very gammonish, so maybe you do make the 4.
I make the 4 here, and it gives you freedom to come out with 1 checker from the 22 without them having those pick and pass numbers that really hurt you. I think that was a little bit too conservative on Bob's part. Now you can very safely make the 4 point.
I agree.
What else is there? Don't want to break the anchor just yet. You're wasting 1 pip.
Right.
Would have had to come in and waste a pip anyway.
And now there are some shots like 6-5.
Yeah.
All right, now you can run. Almost never right to bust the board.
Okay.
Here's
now the question: you take another checker off and leave 2 extra numbers? Wow, I don't know.
Well, right on the cusp, I would say. You know what? I would have taken the extra checker off if for no other reason. You have those added gammons
and the open 6 point too.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not as hazardous, and the gammons are huge.
And if you do get hit, you've increased your winning chances by about 10%.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I would have ripped there, as it were, as they say in Chicago. Okay, Bob did save the gammon here. No trouble. 10-4, good buddy.
All right.
New game.
Art, it's on you.
The score is 10-4. We are 3 away, 9 away. That gives Bob about a 84% chance, if you believe the match equity tables. By the way, this is the USBGF Beale Street Blues Open. This is the finals of the Masters Jackpot between Bob Glass and Ergin Bayrak, 2 very strong players. Bob Glass is on a hot streak. Let me say, if you enjoy what you're seeing, there is a like and subscribe button in front of you. Please press that at least twice. We want to invite you to visit the USBGF webpage at usbgf.org, and that'll help you increase your skill and find out about upcoming events. We have, speaking of upcoming events, we have the Los Angeles Open, run by the effervescent and unstoppable Candace Mayron, directed by Patrick Gibson. It's a great tournament. It will be June 9th to 13th, so mark your calendars. Always a lot of fun and surprises at those events. I want to make sure also to congratulate to Joe Russell and Ian Terry for running a marvelous tournament. Steve and I can both attest to that. It was a well-run event, and we are like all the ABTO events are, but this was no exception.
I second that.
All right, so what do we have here, Steve?
So let's see. Bob said, your standard 3 away. If you have a gammonish situation, you almost never turn the cube. So Bob's just going to be playing on. Switch and 22. Oh, that's your call.
No. Go ahead. I was catching up, getting my mind wrapped around this. Oh, look at that, poor Ergin.
Yeah, Bob's just got to never think about doubling here when he can win a gammon at this score.
Yep.
The LA Open is almost going to be live. Are we ready to go back to live play here?
I think if we knew what we knew now months ago, we might have been able to, but these hotel reservations take a while. However, the next live event is the Michigan tournament, right? And that is July
First through
4th.
Yeah.
And I think, Steve, you're going to be there, right?
I'm going to be there. How about yourself?
I don't think I'm going to be able to make it this year, though. It is one of my favorite tournaments. Carol Joy Cole and her staff, Ben Friesen, they always run wonderful, wonderful tournaments. Was the first tournament I ever won outside of California.
1997. Art
you were there. I even remember you watching my match in the finals. And
I think I bet $100 on you.
I may have made you some money. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it was my first. It was my first big tournament win outside of California.
I went to Michigan every year. That was my first year from 1997 until 2019, and then the pandemic broke my streak.
Oh boy!
However, I say that since they didn't have the tournament, my streak's still alive. Oh wow, we got a really juicy game going on here.
Sure do.
So Bob's just gonna block him in and try and bust him if he can. So my first priority here is making the 9 point. My second priority is then hitting more checkers. I want to hit about half the checkers if you can. A lot of people are hesitant to hit checkers when their opponent's in a back game. But if you can send 7 checkers back and let the 8 crush against the wall, that's probably ideal.
Is that right? That's a good rule to know.
I wrote an article about how to defend against a back game, which is available at Gammon Village, probably 15, 20 years ago. And I would think it still applies.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't want to send 12 checkers back. You got to let them crush a little.
Right. Okay. So 7 is the lucky number, right?
I think, 7 or 8. Divide and conquer. Think of it that way. Half checkers on one side of the board, half on the other. Crush them, keep your prime, and then possibly go for traps later. Trap off the 22 point.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Let's just see what happens here. Okay. So Bob is never ever doubling this unless he wants the 4 cube coming back.
Right, and then lose all his gammons. I mean, literally not have them available.
That might have been a little short-sighted. That ace there, he did not need to button up because he would give himself a bad dog. Now here, I think this is kind of the wrong idea. I think I just don't hit, maintain my prime, just make the deuce point, let him come to me. I wish I could see the beginning position here.
And if I'm learning from what you just said, Ergin should not be trying to recirculate more. Well, actually, I guess it's okay if he gets hit.
Well, I don't really agree. I think he definitely doesn't want to get hit. He doesn't want to have. I mean, this is just a disaster, and Bob should hit here. It's 7 and 8.
Right, I agree. Danny Kleinman once said in one of his books, he says, though this may not be a politically correct thing to say, you should hit homeless refugees. Now, that is, if you've got checkers in the outfield, generally hitting them is taking away the timing.
Yeah. But I mean, by not hitting, he did give Ergin a chance to roll 6-5, 6-6, 5-5.
Sure. There's another 5. Every 5 is costly.
But at a
now, I
time here,
XG play 7 to 1, and I'm going to ask you as a grandmaster, what is the logic behind that? Why might we see someone play 7 to 1?
Well, I'm not even thinking about that at all. I'm thinking about getting the spare off the 7 point, and then breaking the 9 point and trapping them off the 22 points. So I don't understand why you would put a builder past the anchors.
So you like playing 9-8, 9-6, get that so that he has to.
I mean, it's all going so fast, so I'm not sure. But I mean.
But now White has a 3-point board. You might leave the blot on the 9.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, this is, as far as disastrous goes, it's a little less bad than it just was. And he got, at least got, now he's not going to have to break his 22 point.
Oh, no, but
This is-
that was a bad roll.
This is pretty sick situation here.
Yeah.
I mean, some players would just bring 2 in and leave the shot right away because Bob's only got a 2-point board. I'd consider it.
I know,
But now the 5s play poorly.
right?
I mean, you know, this
Beautiful.
is a really great shot for Bob here. This is most likely going to be the end of the match. Ergin's got very little hope of winning this game, and Bob's got a decent chance to win a gammon.
Well, the cube has not been turned, so the match will not end on this game unless it's a backgammon.
Oh, you know what? I was somehow thinking of the last game when the cube was turned. Okay, so yeah, your standard play on situation, no double play on.
Yep.
Okay. I won a game like this against Ergin recently when I was playing like from the white. It's true. It's true. Just the other day. How I did it, but I owned the cube. It wasn't like.
But
Yeah, misclick. Robbie just jump off the 22.
and then I try to make an outside point so that maybe an accident will happen where he
Yeah.
rolls a indirect number that jostles another checker inside. Like maybe not like that, but
Yeah, he could have made the 11 points.
like making the 11 or rather the 14.
Yeah,
Yeah. You see what would have happened with a 6-2 if he'd made the 14?
yeah. Tell me about it. Well, he got him back. Now another 6-2. We cause a block. I mean, Ergin's strategy here really is just try and save the gammon. I mean, because Bob has access to the cube. At a certain point,
He can't win. He almost physically can't win.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets into that intermediate zone where Bob can't see the gammon win, but he still
Yes.
90% to win the game, he can cube, and then Ergin can't afford to take it. So, from Ergin's perspective, he can't afford to play too aggressive towards winning, like slotting points inside his board.
Right. Now in a non-gammonish position, let's see, if it were 3 away, 9 away, I think the take point is about 16%. So if Bob decides he can't win gammons, then he can send the cube right around 84%.
Yeah, but that's a very, very thin window between the games that you can't win gammons on, but you can still win 85%.
Right. But that's right. That's right. Almost like racing type situations.
It may be coming up though, not just yet. We may see
Right.
potentially.
I mean, it's a pass. I mean, Ergin doesn't have 16%, but Bob's gammon chances are quite real.
Right. But if, let's just say, for example, Ergin makes the 6 point and then Bob loses a shot and Ergin hits, you might double from the bar, against, okay, that's not happening though. All right. Get out.
Yeah.
Avoid the backgammon. Desperation City. All right. So,
This
1, 2,
could be a-
3.
looks like another gammon.
We're going to Crawford. So 12, what is this?
1 away, 9 away, about
5, 6?
5%, 5.5.
I mean, Danny Kleiman's old position, match equity card said 5%, but I think it's 6. You would know better than I would.
I think it's 5.5.
That's a mistake. You got to give yourself double 5s. Bring it in. Now double 5s does not get you off the gammon. Play. I suppose you could play. Yes, this would also work. You gotta give yourself double 4s, 5s, and 6s. And there's a lot of ways to do it. This is one of them.
Yep. And you can't get double 3s, so that's as good as you got.
Yeah. So any one of those fine plays will work. He's down to 2:38 in the clock here. You don't want to spend too much time on this one.
I agree.
This is a gimme. Okay, let's see if the big double happens. It does not. We are at 12-4 Crawford. Favor of Bob Glass.
Bob is 95% of the way towards winning both major events of the Beale Street
Quite
Blues
impressive.
tournament. Very impressive. And I've always been impressed by Bob as a player, as a person. So well-deserved.
Well, let's not count Ergin, but he didn't
I
get
know.
it by accident. He's a fighter.
That's right. That's right.
If you say it's 5%, I give Ergin 5.5% chance.
There you go.
Okay, it's quite a bit higher than 5.5% now that Ergin's got the advantage of the position with the attack coming. And Gammon doesn't help you too much here, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Right.
All right. I'm making the 22.
Yep.
Let's not mess around that much. I don't like this idea. I mean, you're giving him tempo to hit you and develop a builder. And now
Whoa.
Bob just gets to make the 2 and the 1 point. I mean, you got to have the 22-point anchor.
Yeah.
So he's gonna hit that next checker on this 9 point in the next roll.
Ooh,
Oh,
or
wow.
make the 4 point here.
Or you could have made the 9, depending what the race was. Making the 9 the 11 might have been all right. They're all going too fast for me to decide.
Right. Yeah. I mean, pointing on them inside is automatic, but at most scores, you get credit for gammons. This is not a score that does. So.
And I think this is totally the wrong idea to come off the 20 point down in the race. Boardage situation about even. Seems to have worked out relatively well. Bob's just got to play to the 14 and
Hope for the best.
okay. And
He survives. Houdini, look at that.
Just to make the 4 point here. And a block. Shaquille O'Neal blocked the shot and the Lakers win in overtime.
I just move them in and
Yeah, that's about all you got here. And Ergin does hit him. Then life is continuing.
Ergin does not throw an air ball.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, spread the checkers out here. Actually, I probably would. No, that's fine. Yeah, just spread those builders out. Bob, you got nowhere to go. You can come out. Maybe he'll roll 6-5.
Or double
Probably
five.
make the 8 here. Well, double fives would be quite an exciting way to finish this tournament. Didn't happen. So now I think Ergin's got to hit loose here if he can. Look, Bob's got kind of a weak position. Ergin does not want Bob to develop any more points. So, but I'm not sure if I'm hitting with a 6. With a 7 or a 10 for sure.
I don't waste too much here because there is a very good possibility this will end up some kind of racing game, in which case you want to have an okay race. So
okay, here we go.
It's all moot now.
Not a very high percentage.
We are into overtime, as they say, to keep the basketball analogy going.
And so let's see if Ergin is going to probably win 1 point here.
Yeah.
Bring him up to, who knows, 7%.
Let's see, 1 away, 8 away, which means he has to win. He has to win 4 regular games in a row, and probably one of them's a gammon, right? So the way I see it is
maybe half the time. I wouldn't think that one would.
That's what I'm saying. You've got it's somewhere halfway between 1 and 8 and 1 and 16, which makes it about 1 and 12.
Okay, so that's 8%. So I was off.
Yeah, 8%. And these and unlike the other match equities, these actually don't matter that much as far as any kind of strategic decision. They're not helping you with doubling cube decisions. They're, the trailer is definitely at gammon go, and that's about all you got.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things with free passes and trying to, do the trick of getting him to drop it.
But it's not really affected by the by what the act, so whether he's 1 in, whether he's 8% or 7 or 9, doesn't really matter from a practical standpoint going forward.
Okay, so Ergin did not double there, and that was a pretty sizable mistake. There's no reason not to double.
That's right. That's right. Because as soon as you become a favorite, you've lost your market.
Your opponent doubles.
And
So he's lost his market.
he's lost, yeah, but Bob took anyway, so he's reading a different book than we are.
Well, wow. Okay, well, then Ergin was a genius there.
That's wrong. Hey, you need to win a gammon here. Can you keep your advanced anchor, bring the builders down. That was not a good idea. Well, how about double fives here? We didn't roll it. 4 point, we're going for the gammon here, all out.
Yep.
If he wins 2 double gammons in a row, he'll win the match.
Well, he's on his way to possibly one right here.
Do not hit, just make the 5. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong idea.
Yeah.
You're gammon save situation here.
I think so.
All right, this is not the worst anti-joker in the world. He gets to make
Right.
his use point.
Right. That's 13-5.
Okay.
Ergin
Big roll
semi
coming up here.
escapes. And Bob
And a
misses.
miss. Swing and a miss. Make the 3 point.
Did we just go from basketball to baseball?
There was a movie called Basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Costas was in that. So we're covering all sports today, even horseshoes. Tiddlywinks, horseshoes, bowling. We'll
That's
fit
right.
them all in. I'll make the 3 point here. You know,
Yeah, me too.
doesn't seem like you can really lose out on that play.
Unless he's
This gives him a freedom to play in the outfield. I don't think that was right. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's not super comfortable to hit off the 24, especially a gammon save. So I leave the indirect out in the outfield. Now you have to bring it in.
8-7-9-5.
Actually, you know what? I think no. I don't think I give him the double 6. I would play 2 off the midpoint, give him the 6-3 and 6-5, which would be hampered by the 2 blocks he's got in the infield and outfield.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he didn't make my play, gets to make a 6 prime. I don't understand. No, I don't understand that at all. Why would you leave him 5.5% to hit and you can make the bar point, block his double 6s? I understand that 6-5 and double 5s with a left shot after that, but that's just too much. And he doesn't even get home. Yeah, that would have been stinger there if Bob rolled a 6-1.
Hmm.
All right.
So,
Call this the Shaw's daughter.
that's what I've heard it.
Yeah.
So in this position, I'd say Bob's only about maybe 20% to get gammon here.
Yeah. That or less. I wouldn't think it'd be that high necessarily.
Normally it's about 15%, but
timing is
Black's
wrong, yeah.
board is starting to.
Decent shake, switch and take a checker off. He's thinking about playing, no, that's definitely wrong. You want to get him out of your hair if you can, if you have any hair. I mean, some of us deficient in that department. Yeah, DMP, I might have played 5-2, but with gammon go, I'm taking the checker off here. All right,
Another
what do we
dance
got
with
here?
Bob. It's gammon is very real here. Well, scoot that checker along.
Ergin just needs 1 double or Bob to roll small. No, he closes the board very efficiently.
Yep.
Okay, maybe
Not as good as you'd think, but
yeah, wasn't the double he was prescribed.
right.
So unless there's a double here, it's not going to be a gammon.
Like we said, it was between 15 and 20%, and there it was.
Yeah.
Whoop. What? Don't misclick here, Bob.
Yeah, that would, yeah, how'd you like to lose a tournament like that?
The anti-hero.
Oh, yeah. Ergin with 157 left in the clock. Bob with a healthy 452. Again, Ergin's got a double.
Better double.
He's
Oh,
not double again. He's
that's serious.
getting the scores confused potentially, or he's trying to do something tricky.
Too tricky for me.
Yeah. Oh. I think no matter what Bob plays, if Ergin doubles, then Bob should drop, even putting 2 on the bar. But Ergin's probably not going to double. And now
Your
he doubles.
opponent doubles.
This is very interesting what he's doing here. I think it might be on purpose. And I think this is a pass.
He must know something. He has some inside information.
Definitely knows something. He's a professor of economics. He knows like pi graphs and quotients, all kinds of those funny things.
He supplied the cube and Bob demanded it.
Supply side economics. What do we got here? Hit and cover?
Yeah.
You know, if you don't do that, then so Bob is gotta think about it's a balance here. You're trying to win at the same time you don't want to get gammon. So you have some tricky moves that you might have to make.
Right. I think I hit 11-4.
Okay, slotting the 5 point. Okay. Oh,
Perfect.
what a shot.
Perfecta.
for Bob. Okay,
I would make the bar the 18.
that's safe. That seems pretty safe. I mean, even if you roll double sixes here, you can still, this is a great shot.
Keep those 2 moving. Yep, that was a perfect
Duplicate
opportunity.
twos, releasing the anchor.
Yep. I guess plays itself, right? You don't
Very
want
safe, very safe position. So if Bob rolls, I mean, Ergin rolls an ace here, do you move up or hang back?
I hang back. My rule of thumb is like 24 pips racing deficit. You prefer the more rearer anchor.
Okay, that's good to know. I've always wondered about that. Okay, Ergin's just kind of playing the long game here, escaping that back checker. He could keep it back and make the 3 point, but he does put himself at some risk of getting pointed on. Maybe just, no, this is definitely the wrong idea.
Right.
I very much do not like that play. Because Ergin's only got a 2 point board, but Bob can hit loose if he wants. That's an interesting. This is probably Bob's worst roll.
Yeah.
Do you think of anything worse? Maybe.
Yeah, this is the safe quote safe play, but
Yeah. Well, now I definitely get out of dodge here, and
yeah.
could do that. I would just bring 2 down.
All right, Bob's going to make the 3 point.
He will make the 3 point, and Ergin's got a tenuous hit here if he hits with like certain numbers. Deuce. Well, everything hits in cover.
Do you consider giving him the double shot now while he's got those 2 blots on the board?
No, because most of those numbers hit and cover.
Yeah.
Okay. Ergin's going to clean up the house here and wait for the disaster on the midpoint. He doesn't have any other choice. And wow, that is, let's see, Bob, that's a tournament winning roll right there.
Could be.
With a 31 pip lead, all he's got to do is clear that 9 point. Okay, Jim Pasco told me this one. Now you got to bring that checker in. Actually, maybe it was Victor.
Yeah.
Victor said, "I'll bet you on that one." He was right.
Yeah.
Smart, I didn't bet him.
And here we go. Almost.
Okay. Happy to slot the ace here. What do you got to lose? I think that's a little conservative.
And there it is. We are.
Okay. So unless Ergin rolls double sixes and maybe another double, Bob's going to be back-to-back champion of the Beale Street Open.
Don't pop that champagne cork just yet.
No,
Okay, now you can
popping away.
take it out of the fridge.
I'm putting my goggles on so I don't get champagne in my eyes, or the
That's right.
cork gets me.
It is.
Congratulations to Bob Glass, winning first place. Ergin, congratulations for winning second place.
I want to thank everyone for listening. This is a ABT streaming sponsored by the U.S. Backgammon Federation. This is the Beale Street Blues Masters Jackpot, run by Joe Russell and Ian Terry. I'm here with Steve Sachs, and I'm Art Benjamin. You see that subscribe button, that like button, press them both, press them twice. Visit the USBGF website to learn more about backgammon, so you could play like Bob Glass, our double champion of this tournament. Congratulations to Bob. Congratulations to Ergin Bayrak for also a great tournament. Both players are top players, and let's give them both a nice round of applause.
And Art, great working with you again.
Oh,
Anytime.
Steve, what a pleasure. I would love to do this again. So, all right, guys. Well, we are signing off, and I'm about to have dinner because it's 6 o'clock here in California. And thank you for listening. We'll see you again.
Good night.